Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The crystal port gleamed like a massive jewel against the twilight sea, its spires catching the last golden rays of the setting sun and fracturing them into 1,000 prismatic beacons. Traders from a dozen realms crossed the great causeway, their wagons laden with exotic goods, their eyes averted from the solitary figure who paced the ancient watchtower at the harbor's edge. The locals had grown accustomed to ignoring him, the wild-eyed man with the weathered face and sword that hadn't left its scabbard in a generation. "The shadows gather," Alaric called out, his voice hoarse from decades of unheeded warnings. "The abyss stirs," the harbour master spat into the foaming tide. "Go home, madman." Your guardian tales frighten the children. But Alaric's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, where storm clouds massed unnaturally, twisting into shapes no natural tempest should form. Tonight was different. Tonight, his bones ached with the certainty that had haunted his dreams since childhood. The hungry shadows were escaping their 1,000-year prison. The sword of dawn hung heavy at his side, a relic passed through 17 generations of his family, its once luminous blade now dull as common steel. The ancient tomes described how it had blazed with living light when his ancestor, Valdemar the First Guardian, had sealed the shadows in the abyss of Narun. Now it served only as a symbol of his failed legacy, the last scion of a forgotten order. That night, while Crystal Port slumbered beneath a moonless sky, Alaric knelt in his watchtower sanctuary before the faded map of the realms. Candles flickered as though disturbed by unseen currents, their flames stretching toward the eastern quadrant, where the map marked the forbidden valley of Narun, with a simple warning: "Here, darkness sleeps." "Not anymore," Alaric whispered as the candles extinguished simultaneously, plunging him into perfect darkness. In that blackness he heard it, a sound like silk sliding over stone, like the whispers of drowning men. The first shadow crossed the threshold of his sanctuary, its form barely distinguishable from the natural darkness, except for the void-like emptiness that defined its core. Alaric's hand found the sword of dawn, drawing it with a reverence born of desperate faith. "By my blood and oath," he intoned, "I stand guardian." The shadow paused, as though recognizing ancient words of power before lunging forward. Alaric's blade swept through its form, meeting no resistance. The entity dissipated momentarily before reconstituting, unharmed. "And the sword doesn't shine," Alaric realized aloud, despair threading through his voice. "The ancient light is gone." He fled the watchtower as more shadows seeped through walls and windows, their hunger palpable in the suddenly frigid air. Crystal Port would not believe him, had never believed him, but he could not abandon his duty. If the sword would not serve, he would find another way. And within a fortnight, the first signs of shadow corruption manifested throughout the city. The harbour master was found wandering the docks at midnight, his eyes black from lid to lid, his mouth moving in languages no human tongue could produce. A respected merchant slaughtered his family before the royal guards stopped him, his final words a prophecy: "The abyss walks among you." Most alarming was the transformation of High Priestess Selene. Once radiant with compassion and wisdom, She now conducted temple ceremonies with subtle alterations that left worshippers disoriented and strangely compliant. Only Alaric noticed how the sacred texts were being rewritten, prayers inverted to summon rather than banish. On the 17th night after the Shadow's return, as Alaric gathered supplies for a desperate journey to seek answers, a lithe figure slipped through his window. "O Guardian," she addressed him, the title unmarred by the mockery he had grown accustomed to. "I see them too." Kira was everything he was not, young, nimble, and possessed of a thief's practical skepticism. Yet something in her amber eyes reflected the same horror that had haunted him since childhood. "They move through the palace," she continued, perching on his windowsill like a nervous bird. "The royal council chambers are infested with them." "I followed one. It led me to you." "How can you see them?" Alaric demanded, hope and suspicion warring within him. Kira pulled back her sleeve, revealing a spiraling tattoo that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. "My grandmother was a seer from the eastern mists. She marked me before they burned her as a witch, said I'd need to see the unseen when the time came." Together, they formulated a desperate plan. Ancient texts in Alaric's possession spoke of the dragon's tears, crystallized dragonfire that could rekindle the sword of dawn's light. 3 tears had been hidden in sanctuaries across the realm, protected by trials no shadow could overcome. "We need help," Kira insisted, as they pored over the crumbling maps. "Someone who knows strategy and combat." "There is one," Alaric admitted reluctantly. "If he still lives. If he's still himself." They found General Thorn in a dilapidated tavern on the city's edge, his once imposing frame now hunched over a tankard of bitter ale. The medals that had once adorned his chest were gone, pawned for drink, but the military bearing remained in the rigid set of his shoulders. "Guardian," he acknowledged Alaric without looking up. "And I come to remind me of my disgrace." "I've come because the shadows have returned," Alaric replied, "and because I believe your fall was engineered." Thorn's hand trembled, spilling ale across the scarred table. "The night raid on the eastern garrison. I gave the order to withdraw, only I never gave that order. Something entered my mind." "A shadow," Kira confirmed. "The same kind now infesting the royal council." Thorn's eyes, bloodshot but sharp with sudden clarity, met Alaric's. "You need my sword arm." "I need the man who mapped every fortress and hidden path in the realm," Alaric corrected. "We seek the dragon's tears." Something like purpose straightened Thorn's spine. "Then you have him." Their journey took them first to the Frost Peak Sanctuary, where ancient magic preserved a perpetual winter. The tear was guarded by a riddle-speaking sphinx, whose questions probed not knowledge, but the darkness in one's soul. Kira's unflinching honesty about her thieving past unlocked the Guardian's approval. The second sanctuary lay beneath the whispering desert, where shifting sands concealed an oasis accessible only during the 3 days of the midnight sun. Thorn's strategic mind discerned the pattern in the seemingly random dunes, leading them to waters that flowed upward against nature's laws. Throughout their quest, signs of shadow corruption spread across the realm. Villages emptied overnight. Strange lights appeared above ancient burial grounds. Wildlife fled from unseen threats, creating unnatural migrations that disrupted the balance of predator and prey. Most disturbing were the changes within Crystal Port, news of which reached them through desperate messengers and refugees. High Priestess Selene had been elevated to royal advisor, her influence growing as council members who opposed her mysteriously fell ill or disappeared. The temple now conducted midnight ceremonies from which attendees emerged changed, their movements mechanical, their speech stilted. The third tier proved most challenging, hidden within the abandoned fortress of Valdoreth, where the first guardians had trained. Its halls were filled with phantoms of the past, illusions that forced each member of their small company to confront their deepest failures and fears. For Alaric, it was the faces of those he had failed to save, citizens of Crystal Port who had dismissed his warnings before falling to shadow possession. For Kira, the phantom of her grandmother, asking why her gift had been wasted on theft rather than vigilance. And for Thorn, the soldiers who had died during the Eastern Garrison massacre, their spectral forms accusing him of weakness. Only by acknowledging these truths, by accepting failure without surrendering to it, did they reach the innermost chamber where the final dragon's tear awaited. The texts never specified how to use the tears, Alaric admitted, as they camped in the shelter of an ancient grove, 3 crystallized droplets glowing faintly in their midst, only that they could rekindle the sword's light. Kira studied the tears with a thief's discerning eye. But these aren't meant to be attached or consumed. They're catalysts, not components. Thorn, his military mind always seeking patterns, arranged the tears in a triangle. Vessels, he suggested, 3 points to channel power into a 4th, the sword. As dawn approached, they sensed rather than saw the shadows converging on their position, drawn by the tears, latent power, or perhaps by Alaric's bloodline. The time for contemplation had ended. In the center of the triangle formed by the tears, Alaric drove the Sword of Dawn into the earth. The crystals responded, their glow intensifying as lines of force connected them to the blade. "It's working!" Kira breathed as the sword's metal began to absorb the light. Then, the realization struck Alaric with the clarity of ancient memory. The missing component in the ritual, the sacrifice alluded to in texts he had dismissed as metaphorical. "The Guardian's life," he whispered. "The final catalyst is blood freely given." Before his companions could intervene, Alaric clasped the sword's blade, blood welling from his palm to run down the metal to the earth below. The dragon's tears flared in response, their light coalescing into the blade. For the first time in centuries, the Sword of Dawn lived up to its name, blazing with golden radiance that pushed back the encroaching shadows. But the light came at a price. Alaric felt his life force draining into the weapon, fulfilling the ancient pact. "Take it," he commanded Thorn, his voice already weakening. "The Royal Council must be cleansed. Selene must be freed from her possession." Kira knelt beside him, understanding but refusing to accept. "There must be another way. This is the way of guardians," Alaric replied, peace settling over him as he completed the duty his ancestors had entrusted to his bloodline. The sword shines again. As his consciousness began to fade, Alaric saw beyond the material world to the patterns that connected all things. The shadows were not separate entities, but symptoms of an ancient imbalance, one that could be healed rather than merely fought. "Not just banishment," he gasped, sharing his final insight. "Restoration. The sword doesn't just repel darkness, it transforms it. Show them the dawn." With these words, the last guardian of Moria closed his eyes, his sacrifice empowering the blade with light that would endure beyond his passing. In Thorn's capable hands, and guided by Kira's sight, the Sword of Dawn would return to Crystal Port, not as a weapon of destruction, but as an instrument of cleansing. And in time, perhaps, new guardians would arise, for though bloodlines might end, the calling to stand against darkness never truly dies. It merely awaits those with courage enough to answer. Story 2. Embers danced like fireflies in the cavernous workshop, carved into the living rock of the Azurath Mountains. Each spark cast momentary constellations against the stone walls before fading into darkness. their brief lives witnesses to the miracle unfolding upon Thorian's anvil. The blacksmith's massive frame moved with surprising grace, muscles rippling beneath skin marked by a lifetime of burns and scars as he lifted his hammer in a practiced rhythm. The metal beneath his blows sang with voices no human ear should hear, whispers and echoes that transcended the physical realm. Thorian Hands of Fire, so named for his uncanny ability to plunge bare fingers into molten metal without harm, paused in his work. The peculiar ore he had discovered in the abandoned dwarven mine had responded differently to his craft than any material he had worked in his 40 years at the forge. By day, it appeared unremarkable, a dull silver with faint blue veining, but in the firelight, those veins pulsed like living arteries, and when his hammer struck, the metal seemed to breathe. He reached out with calloused fingers to touch the cooling edge, and felt the strangest sensation, as though the metal reached back, a fragment of his awareness, a splinter of his very self, transferred into the alloy. "Soul steel," he whispered, naming the discovery that would soon transform his fate. The mountain village of Emberholm slumbered peacefully beneath the canopy of stars, unaware that its tranquility would shatter with the dawn. Lord Vexus arrived with the morning mist, his procession of black-armored soldiers winding up the mountain path like a serpent of obsidian. Thorian watched from his forge door as the village elder knelt before the nobleman's midnight steed, offering the traditional bread and salt of welcome. Vexus ignored the offering, his silver mask, forged to replace the face he had lost in some forgotten battle, catching the sunlight with an unnatural gleam. When he spoke, his voice emerged as though from the bottom of a well. "I seek the blacksmith who has uncovered the ancestor's gift. The soul-binding metal of the ancients." Thorian's heart turned to stone in his chest. None knew of his discovery save himself, yet somehow this masked lord had traversed half the realm to claim it. That night, as torches illuminated the village square where Vexus had established his temporary court, Thorian made his decision. He packed only essentials, his smallest hammer, a whetstone, provisions for the road. Most precious was the leather pouch containing the fragment of soul steel he had separated from the larger piece. The remainder he buried beneath his forge, hoping Vexus's men would be satisfied with the decoy ore he had left visible. As he slipped through the night shadows toward the southern pass, the screams began. Thorian turned to see flames engulfing the village council hall, soldiers dragging residents into the square. Vexus stood among them, his mask reflecting the firelight as he questioned the blacksmith's apprentice. The boy's finger pointed toward the forge, buying Thorian precious moments of escape. He ran until his lungs burned and the sounds of destruction faded behind him, the weight of guilt heavier than any metal he had ever carried. 3 days into the Whispering Wilds, Thorian encountered the elf. She emerged from between ancient trees like a spirit, bow drawn, eyes reflecting the green-gold light that filtered through the forest canopy. "You carry darkness, Forge Master," she stated, her accent marking her as one of the reclusive Sylvan clans. "It pulses at your hip like a second heart." Thorian's hand moved protectively to the pouch containing the soul steel. "I mean no harm to your forest, yet harm follows you nonetheless." She lowered her bow slightly. "I am Lyra Nightshade, exile of the Elderleaf clan, and you are being tracked by the servants of the Masked One." As if summoned by her words, howls echoed through the forest. Too deep for wolves, too tortured for hounds. Wraith hounds, the legendary trackers said to smell a man's soul rather than his flesh. "Come," Lyra commanded, extending a slender hand marked with spiraling tattoos. "I know paths they cannot follow." Together they fled deeper into the Whispering Wilds, where trees grew so ancient they had developed consciousness, where roots shifted to cover their tracks and branches bent to obscure their passage. Lyra moved with the confidence of one born to these shadows, while Thorian stumbled behind, increasingly aware of a strange warmth emanating from the soul steel, as though it responded to the elf's presence. That night, as they camped in the hollow of a great oak, Lyra revealed her story. Her clan had been among the first to fall to Vexus's influence, their sacred grove corrupted by his dark rituals. Those who resisted were executed. Those who submitted found their wills slowly subsumed by his. She alone had escaped, carrying the last uncorrupted seedling of their ancestral tree. "He collects power like a miser hoards gold," she explained, fingers tracing the contours of a silver sapling no taller than her palm. "And ancient artifacts, forgotten magics, rare bloodlines, all fuel for his ambition." "What does he want with the soul steel?" Thorian asked, though the answer formed in his mind even as the words left his lips. "A weapon to enslave spirits," Lyra confirmed. "With it, he could bind not just the living but the dead to his service. An army without limit, fear, or mercy." They encountered Draken at the edge of the Frostmarsh, where the forest gave way to treacherous bogs illuminated by ghost light. The mercenary was fighting off 3 of Vexus's soldiers, his twin blades moving with deadly precision, despite the blood seeping from a wound in his side. Thorian's hammer found the skull of one attacker, while Lyra's arrows claimed another. The third fled into the mists, leaving Draken leaning on his sword, his breathing labored. "Poor payment for a rescue," he grunted, offering them a leather flask that smelled of strong spirits. "But it's all I have besides steel and scars." Draken joined their journey with minimal explanation, claiming only that Vexus had placed a bounty on his head. His fighting style betrayed noble training at odds with his rough manner, and Thorian often caught him staring at distant horizons with the longing of one far from home. It was Lyra who first noticed how the soul steel affected them all. At the campfire on the 7th night of their journey, as they neared the heart of the Whispering Wilds, where the primordial forge was said to lie, she observed the subtle changes. "Your hands," she said to Thorian, "they glow like mine in moonlight." Indeed, the blacksmith's fingers now emitted the faintest luminescence, similar to the soft glow that had always marked Lyra's elven skin. Meanwhile, Draken had begun to feel the heat of the forge that Thorian had always been immune to, while Thorian sometimes found his dreams filled with memories of a palace he had never seen. "Here the metal binds us," Lyra whispered, fear and wonder mingling in her voice. "It draws fragments of our souls together, weaving them into its matrix." "Is it dangerous?" Draken demanded, his hand moving instinctively to his concealed royal signet, the token he believed neither of his companions had noticed. "All power is dangerous," Thorian replied, removing the soul steel from its pouch. In the firelight, it pulsed with new complexity, veins of green and gold now threading through the silver. But perhaps this is how the talisman must be forged, not from one soul, but from many freely given. The primordial forge lay in a clearing where 4 ancient trees had grown in a perfect circle, their massive roots intertwining to form a natural dais. At its center, a pool of liquid that might have been mistaken for mercury, if not for the rainbow sheen that danced across its surface and the flames that burned upon it without fuel. Living fire. Thorian breathed in awe. The legends spoke true. As they approached, the forest around them stirred with unnatural movement. Vexus had found them. Shadow warriors materialized from between trees, elite guards whose armor seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. And behind them, astride a steed whose hooves left smoldering prints upon the forest floor, rode Lord Vexus himself. The Forge Master and his curious companions, the masked lord's hollow voice echoed. "I feared I might have to scour this entire worthless forest to find you." Draken stepped forward, blades drawn. "Would run for the forge," he commanded. "I'll buy you time." "Prince Draken of the Western Shores," Vexus mocked. "Still playing at heroism despite your failure to protect your own kingdom." Lyra notched an arrow. "Go, Thorian. We will hold them." The blacksmith hesitated only momentarily before sprinting toward the primordial forge, the soul steel clutched in his massive fist. Behind him, battle erupted, Draken's blades meeting shadow steel with the fury of a man confronting his past. Lyra's arrows finding gaps in enchanted armor as she called upon the forest itself to aid their defense. At the forge, Thorian worked with desperate speed, placing the soul steel upon the liquid fire. It melted instantly, spreading across the surface like a living thing seeking form. As he had done countless times with mundane metals, Thorian reached into the flames, but this time the immunity that had earned him his name failed. Pain seared through his hands as the metal bonded with his flesh, drawing more of his essence into itself. Through tears of agony, he glimpsed Lyra falling beneath a shadow warrior's blade, Draken surrounded and failing. With a blacksmith's instinct honed through decades of creation, Thorian understood what the metal required to complete its transformation. "Freely given," he gasped, plunging his arms deeper into the forge. The soul steel responded, flaring with blinding light that spread outward in a shockwave of pure energy. Where it touched Vexus's forces, their shadowy forms dissipated like mist before the morning sun. The masked lord himself screamed as cracks appeared in his silver facade, revealing glimpses of the hollow void beneath. When the light faded, Thorian stood transformed. The soul steel had formed a latticework across his body, not armor worn, but metal become one with flesh. Within its gleaming surface, 3 distinct patterns pulsed with independent life, the steady rhythm of Thorian's determination, the flowing grace of Lyra's connection to nature, and the sharp precision of Draken's royal discipline. Lyra and Draken rose, their wounds healed but their eyes reflecting loss, each sensing the fragments of themselves now eternally bound within the living metal. "What have you done?" Vexus demanded, his steed backing away from the transformed blacksmith. "Created something you could never understand," Thorian replied, his voice resonating with 3 distinct harmonies. "A talisman forged not through domination, but through sacrifice." He advanced upon the masked lord, each step leaving momentary impressions of light upon the forest floor. "Oh, you sought to enslave souls, but failed to comprehend their true power, freely given, freely united." Vexus fled before that advancing light, his remaining forces scattering into the shadows of the whispering wilds. But all knew the confrontation was merely postponed, not avoided. As dawn broke over the primordial forge, the 3 companions, now bound in ways transcending physical form, faced the eastern horizon, where Vexus's shadow empire waited. The soul steel pulsed between them, 3 distinct essences harmonizing into something greater than their individual parts. "The metal continues to change us," Lyra observed, noticing how saplings bent toward Thorian as though drawn to a new kind of sunlight. "And we it," added Draken, his royal bearing now fully evident in his stance. "The question remains, when the transformation completes, what shall we become?" Thorian lifted his hand, watching as the metal flowed like quicksilver beneath his skin, responding to thoughts and emotions in ways he was only beginning to understand. "Something neither fully human nor elven nor royal," he answered, "but perhaps exactly what the realm needs to face the darkness ahead." Together, they turned toward the long road that would lead them back to the lands of men, elves, and forgotten royalty, 3 souls partly given, partly transformed, wholly committed to the forge of destiny that had bound them together. Story 3. The twin moons of Lysandria hung in perfect opposition across the night sky, Solarius blazing gold even in reflection, Lunara a cool silver against the velvet darkness. Between them stretched the divide, a shimmer of twilight where their lights mingled despite the ancient enmity. Few in the fractured kingdom noticed this rare celestial harmony, for below, the land itself mirrored the heavens. Dichotomy, eastern provinces bathed in perpetual daybreak under solar archon Helianthus, western territories wrapped in endless dusk under lunar sovereign Selene. In the shadowed alley of Duskwater, one of the rare neutral settlements along the border, a young woman ran for her life. Ilara's rough-spun cloak billowed behind her as she darted between crumbling buildings, the embroidered symbols of both sun and moon hidden beneath mud smears. The telltale glow beneath her skin, golden on her right side, silver on her left, betrayed her, pulsing with each labored breath. "Heretic!" The cry echoed from her pursuers, solar inquisitors in burnished armor, their faces hidden behind sun-shaped visors. "By decree of the Archon, your impurity must be cleansed." Ilara's foot caught on uneven cobblestones, sending her sprawling into the central square where torches illuminated the judgment pillar. Rough hands seized her, dragging her toward the ancient stone column where criminals and blasphemers met justice. "And a moon-touched spy," one inquisitor announced to the gathering crowd, "corrupting our pure solar magic with lunar filth." "I'm neither," Ilara protested, her voice barely audible as chains clinked around her wrists. "I was born this way." "Impossible," declared the lead inquisitor, removing his helm to reveal a face scarred by magical burns. "The sacred texts are clear. No vessel can channel both energies without combusting. Your very existence mocks the natural order." As the chains tightened against the pillar, Ilara closed her eyes. 19 years of hiding, of suppressing the dual energies that coursed through her veins, had led to this moment. The orphanage matrons had warned her, had taught her to bind her hands when the golden glow appeared on the right, to wear gloves when silvery light emanated from the left. Never both at once. Never reveal the truth. The executioner approached, a crystal-tipped spear humming with consecrated energy. The crowd's murmurs faded as Ilara accepted her fate. Then, suddenly, darkness, complete and absolute, descended upon the square. Screams erupted as torches extinguished simultaneously. Ilara felt the chains loosen, then a presence beside her. "Don't make a sound," whispered a voice in her ear, cool as night air. "Hey, follow me if you want to live." When light returned seconds later, the judgment pillar stood empty. "You're the first dual channeler I've ever seen," said Raven, examining Ilara across the campfire. His features remained partially obscured by the hood of his midnight black cloak, but she glimpsed sharp cheekbones and eyes that shifted color with the firelight. "The guild has whispered of possibilities, but to actually find you..." They had traveled for 3 days since her rescue, keeping to hidden paths through the penumbral woods, where ancient trees grew neither in full sunlight nor complete shadow, but in the liminal space between... "What guild?" Ilara asked, flexing her fingers as the familiar tingling returned, gold filaments of light tracing her right hand's veins, silver illuminating her left. "The Shadow Guild." Raven's mouth curved into a half-smile. "Neither solar nor lunar, but something between, like you." "There are others." "Not exactly like you," came a new voice as an older man emerged from between the trees. Tall and weathered, he carried himself with military precision, despite leaning on a gnarled staff carved with spiraling patterns. "The Weaver is unique." Ilara startled. "Who are you?" "And what's a weaver?" "I am Silas," the man said, settling beside the fire with a grimace that suggested old wounds. "Once advisor to both courts, before they turned against each other, and you, child, are the fulfillment of a prophecy older than the schism itself." From within his robes, he withdrew a tattered scroll case. The parchment he unrolled bore illustrations of a figure with hands outstretched, one glowing gold, one silver, standing before a towering entity of pure darkness. The cosmic weaver, Silas explained, born when the division grows too deep, when the balance threatens to shatter completely. One who can mend the sundered magic and prevent the awakening of Nyxathoth, the void hunger, who feeds on discord. Ilara stared at the illustration, recognition stirring. I've dreamed of this, a presence in darkness, watching, waiting. I thought they were nightmares. They were warnings, Raven interjected. Nyxathoth stirs as the conflict intensifies. The war has weakened the barriers that once confined him. Silas nodded gravely. Nah. The Ancient Ones created 4 guardians, the elemental temples, each housing a fragment of the cosmic prism. United, these fragments can restore balance and reinforce the prison that holds Nyxathoth. Without them, he didn't need to finish. The darkness in the illustration seemed to writhe with malevolent purpose, consuming the sketched figures that surrounded it. Why me? Ilara whispered. Because you are neither and both, Silas replied. Solar magic burns, lunar magic flows, one creates, one transforms. For a millennium, practitioners have believed these forces incompatible, but they were once a single magic, split by human pride and ambition. You represent what was and could be again. Ilara looked down at her hands, the dual glow subsiding. I never asked for this. Few heroes do, said Raven, his voice softening momentarily before he resumed his practical tone. The Temple of Earth lies 3 days' journey east. We start at dawn. The 4 temples guarded their secrets jealously, each presenting challenges that tested not only Ilara's developing powers, but the strange bond forming between the unlikely companions. At the Temple of Earth, buried deep within the crystal caverns, Ilara faced stone guardians whose riddles required both solar insight and lunar intuition. Her dual magic illuminated hidden passages where neither light nor shadow alone could penetrate. Raven's skills proved invaluable at the Temple of Air, perched atop the howling spires where wind currents sharp as blades guarded against intruders. His shadow-stepping abilities, a rare gift cultivated by the guild, allowed them to traverse seemingly impassable gaps. The Temple of Water demanded sacrifice, blood freely given into the sacred pool. Here, Silas revealed scars that spoke of battles long past, his weathered hands steady as he contributed to the ritual. Something in his expression as crimson diffused through azure waters reminded Ilara of remorse too deep for words. With each temple conquered, Ilara collected a fragment of the cosmic prism, triangular shards of crystal that pulsed with elemental energy. But with each fragment, her dreams intensified. Nyxathoth's presence grew stronger, its whispers more distinct. Most disturbing were the visions of masses bowing before her, offering devotion to a being wearing her face, but emanating darkness beyond comprehension. The fragments respond to your dual nature, Silas explained as they made camp in the searing plains surrounding the final temple. Fire. Each time you channel both magics simultaneously, you create a resonance. It's how we find the temples, but also how Nyxathoth finds us, Raven added, his customary detachment slipping to reveal concern. Have you told her the full prophecy, old man? Silas shot him a warning glance, but Ilara caught the exchange. What haven't you told me? She demanded, the prism fragments in her pack humming in response to her agitation. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant rumble of the volcano housing the Temple of Fire. Finally, Silas sighed. The prophecy speaks of containment, not destruction, he admitted. Nyxathoth cannot be killed, only imprisoned. The weaver's role is to become the vessel, to take the god within yourself and bind it with your dual nature for as long as you live. The truth landed like a physical blow. You're saying I must sacrifice myself, become a living prison? It was always the ending, Raven said quietly. I'm sorry. Ilara's mind reeled with betrayal. And what happens when I die? The cycle begins again. Another weaver born to suffer the same fate. The prophecy doesn't say, Silas admitted. It only promises that while the weaver lives, Nixathoth remains contained. That night, as her companions slept, Ilara slipped away from camp, the prism fragments clutched in her hands. Under twin moonlight, she assembled 3 of the 4 pieces, watching as they magnetically joined. In the triangular gap where the fire fragment should fit, she saw not darkness, but possibility. The Temple of Fire roared with elemental fury as they approached at dawn. Unlike the other temples, this one welcomed them, gates opening, flames parting to create a path. It recognizes the weaver, Silas murmured, though his eyes darted nervously to shadows that seemed too deep, too animate. At the heart of the volcano, suspended above a lake of magma, floated the final fragment, a crimson crystal shard pulsing like a heart. Once you claim it, Raven warned, there's no turning back. The completed prism will draw Nixathoth fully into this realm. Ilara nodded, her decision made during the night's contemplation. Stand back. As her companions retreated, she channeled both magics simultaneously for the first time without restraint. Golden solar energy spiraled down her right arm, while silver lunar power flowed through her left. The opposing forces met not in conflict, but in harmony at her center, creating a new energy, prismatic, multifaceted. The final fragment flew to her outstretched hands. As it joined with the others, a blinding light erupted, and reality itself seemed to bend inward. Through the distortion stepped a figure of absolute darkness, its form constantly shifting yet somehow suggesting a cruel smile. Da! The Weaver! Nixathoth's voice resonated directly in their minds. At last, a worthy vessel. I am not your vessel, Ilara replied, the completed prism hovering between her palms. I am your equal. She thrust her hands forward, but instead of accepting the god into herself as the prophecy dictated, she channeled her dual magic into the prism itself. The crystal absorbed both energies, transforming from transparent to opalescent as patterns formed within, a new weaving of reality. What are you doing? Silas shouted above the maelstrom of energy that surrounded them. Rewriting the ending, Ilara answered, her voice echoing with newfound power. Neither prison nor prisoner, synthesis. The prism expanded, its facets multiplying infinitely as it enveloped Nixathoth. The god's form struggled against the crystalline cage, but with each movement, the darkness intermingled with the light, neither consuming the other, but creating something new. Solar and lunar were never meant to be separate, Ilara explained as the transformation continued. Neither is creation without destruction, light without dark. The true balance isn't division or containment, it's integration. The crystal contracted suddenly, collapsing into a sphere no larger than an apple, swirling with cosmos-like patterns of light and darkness in perfect equilibrium. As Ilara cradled it in her hands, she felt the presence within, no longer malevolent but transformed, a consciousness awakening to new possibility. The cosmic core, she named it. And neither solar nor lunar, but the source of both. With this, we can heal the divide. Raven approached cautiously, wonder replacing his usual cynicism. Indeed, the prophecy never mentioned this outcome. Perhaps, Silas said thoughtfully, because no weaver before had the courage to seek a third path. Outside the temple, the twin moons of Lysandria aligned in perfect eclipse for the first time in a millennium, their combined light casting neither gold nor silver but a harmonious radiance across the fractured kingdom, illuminating the beginning of a new age, woven from threads once thought eternally opposed. Story 4. The towers of Dragonspire Palace pierce the dawn sky like crystalline talons, their surfaces shimmering with iridescent scales embedded in the ancient stonework. Banners of crimson and gold unfurled from every spire, dancing in the wind that swept across the sprawling capital of Avaloria. Below, the city hummed with anticipation. 1,000 years of prosperity and peace under the Dragon Kings would culminate in today's millennial celebration, where Prince Davion would take his place in the unbroken lineage of Tharazin's descendants. In his chambers, Davion stood motionless as attendants fastened the ceremonial breastplate across his chest. The armor, forged from metals said to be smelted in Dragon's breath, weighed upon him like the expectations of 1,000 years of history. 17 summers of preparation had led to this moment, yet a nameless dread coiled within his stomach. "The flame will answer, Your Highness," his mentor, Archmage Vorin, assured him with a confidence that rang hollow against the stone walls. "The blood of Tharazin flows strong in your veins." Davion merely nodded, his eyes drawn to the stained glass window depicting the first Dragon King in his moment of triumph. Tharazin astride his great worm Caladrix, the legendary crown of embers upon his brow, as he united the warring kingdoms beneath his wings. The sunlight streaming through the colored glass cast Davion in a kaleidoscope of hues, none of which could disguise the pallor of his skin or the tremor in his hands. The Grand Plaza overflowed with nobility and commoners alike. 10,000 voices falling silent as King Aldrich ascended the obsidian dais. Resplendent in ceremonial regalia that accentuated his imposing frame, the king's presence commanded reverence, a lifetime of military conquests and stern rulership embodied in the hard lines of his face and the deliberate weight of his movements. 1,000 years ago, his voice resonated across the plaza without need of magical amplification. The first Dragon King united these lands. Today, his blood continues to protect Avaloria. The crowd parted as Davion approached the dais. At the center waited the eternal brazier, a massive basin of blackened steel adorned with draconic runes that had burned continuously since Tharazin first lit it with his transformed breath. According to tradition, every true heir could summon the draconic flame within themselves to heighten the brazier's fire, confirming their rightful claim to the throne. Davion ascended the steps, painfully aware of the thousands of eyes tracking his every move. He knelt before the brazier, its heat caressing his face as he recited the ancient words, "By blood of the worm, by right of the flame, I claim my heritage." He extended his hand over the dancing fire, focusing on the wellspring of power that should, by all accounts, stir within his chest. The crowd held its collective breath. Nothing happened. Davion's heart thundered against his ribs. He closed his eyes, searching deeper within himself for the spark that should be his birthright. Sweat beaded upon his brow, not from the brazier's heat, but from the mounting panic as seconds stretched into an eternity of silence. The whispers began like a distant tide before swelling into a murmur of disbelief. When Davion finally opened his eyes, he met his father's gaze, a cold fury that burned more fiercely than any dragon's flame could have. "The ritual fails," King Aldrich announced, his voice cutting through the growing tumult. "The bloodline speaks. This boy is no true heir of Tharazin." The words fell like a headsman's axe. 3 days later, Davion fled the kingdom with nothing but the clothes on his back, a sword he'd never been particularly skilled with, and the royal medallion he couldn't bring himself to abandon. his last connection to a life now forbidden to him. King Aldric's decree had been unequivocal: banishment to the outlands, never to return upon pain of death. The official proclamation claimed a changeling plot, a substitution in the cradle, anything to explain away the embarrassment of a royal heir without the sacred flame. The ashen forest loomed before him, its gnarled trees and perpetual twilight discouraging travelers for generations. Tales of vengeful spirits and creatures born of shadow had kept the woods largely unexplored, but for Davion, the legends offered something precious: obscurity. On the 7th night of his exile, as he huddled beside a meager fire, the attack came, silent and swift. Hooded figures materialized from the darkness, disarming him before he could raise his blade. Bound and blindfolded, he was dragged deeper into the forest, the ground beneath his feet gradually sloping downward. When they finally removed his blindfold, Davion found himself in a vast underground chamber, illuminated by crystalline formations that emitted a warm amber light. Dozens of people moved purposefully through what appeared to be a hidden settlement carved into the living rock. Most wore simple garments marked with a distinctive emblem: a bird rising from flames. "The dishonored prince," a woman's voice observed coolly. Davion turned to face a warrior whose presence commanded the chamber without effort. Her dark hair was cropped short, practical for battle, and a scar traced a silvery path from temple to jaw. But it was her eyes that captured him, amber like the crystals, with an intensity that seemed to peer through flesh and bone into the core of his being. "Seraphina Ashbourne," she introduced herself, the ghost of amusement playing at her lips. "On leader of the children of Ash, though your father's chronicles likely refer to us as rebels, traitors, or worse. You oppose the Dragon Kings," Davion stated, remembering fragments of court discussions, whispers of insurgents hiding in the borderlands. "We oppose 1,000 years of lies," Seraphina corrected. She gestured toward an aged man who approached carrying an ornate box. "Tell us, show our guest what his ancestors have hidden." The elder opened the box to reveal a feather that glowed with inner light, shifting through colors like a living rainbow despite its apparent age. "The last relic of the Phoenix Lords," Tellus explained, his voice carrying the weight of accumulated wisdom. "Did the true rulers of these lands before Tharazin and his dragon riders came from across the Obsidian Sea. Convenient myths to justify rebellion," Davion replied, though without conviction. The feather stirred something within him, a resonance he couldn't explain. Seraphina's eyes narrowed. "Reach out and touch it, princeling. If I'm peddling myths, nothing will happen." Against his better judgment, Davion extended his hand. The moment his fingers contacted the feather, warmth surged through his arm and into his chest. Not the brutal, consuming heat he'd imagined dragonfire to be, but something nurturing, illuminating. The feather burst into brilliant flame that did not burn, and for a heartbeat, translucent wings of fire unfurled from Davion's back, casting the chamber in golden light. Gasps echoed against stone walls as Davion staggered backward, the vision fading as quickly as it had appeared. He stared at his hands, where embers seemed to dance beneath his skin before fading. "What sorcery is this?" he demanded. "Not sorcery. Heritage." Tellus approached, his weathered face solemn. The Phoenix Lords could transfer their essence through generations, their power diminishing but never disappearing. Tharazin didn't unite the kingdoms. He conquered them, slaughtering the Phoenix Lords and their heirs. But one escaped, a child spirited away and hidden among common folk. "You expect me to believe I'm descended from these Phoenix Lords, that everything I've been taught is a lie?" "I expect nothing," Seraphina replied. "But the feather doesn't respond to belief, only to blood. In the weeks that followed, Davion's world unraveled and rewove itself with terrible clarity. Ancient texts preserved by the Children of Ash painted a different history, one where Tharazin came not as a unifier, but as a conqueror, where dragons scorched the land until the Phoenix Lords knelt or perished, where a millennia of careful propaganda transformed a bloody conquest into a celebrated unification. More disturbing were his dreams, visions of the palace catacombs where something stirred in the darkness, awakened by the failed ritual. He saw his father speaking to shadows, the king's eyes gleaming with an emerald light that belonged to no human. On the 30th day of his exile, a scout returned to the hidden settlement with news that chilled Davion's blood. King Aldrich had declared a purge of suspected Phoenix sympathizers. Villages near the Ashen Forest burned. The palace executioner worked from dawn till dusk. "The dragon stirs," Tellus whispered, fear etching deeper lines into his ancient face. "We hoped this generation would pass without awakening, but the interrupted ritual, it has roused something hungry." That night, Seraphina found Davion atop the underground settlement's hidden observation point, a natural chimney in the rock that offered a distant view of the capital. "Your father isn't your father anymore," she said without preamble. "But the histories say this has happened before. Every few generations, a true dragon awakens and takes a king as vessel. The ritual you failed to complete wasn't just confirmation of heritage, it was containment, forcing the dragon essence to remain dormant." Davion watched the distant glow of the capital, wondering how many pyres contributed to that light. What can be done? "Legend says only Phoenix fire can purge dragon possession without killing the host," Seraphina replied. "But no one has manifested such power in centuries." Davion's hand went to his chest, where warmth still occasionally pulsed beneath his skin. "Then I must learn. It may not be possible," she warned. "And even if you succeed, Avaloria will need to face its true history. The Dragon King's legacy is built on bones and lies. Then perhaps it's time for a different legacy." Davion turned to her, resolve hardening in his eyes. Not dragon, not phoenix, but something new born from the truth of both. Beneath the pale light of the moon, their shadows stretched across ancient stone, one flickering with the promise of rebirth, the other solid with the weight of necessary revolution. And far across the darkened forest, in the heart of Dragonspire Palace, emerald eyes gazed northward with ancient malice, sensing the spark of a flame thought long extinguished. In the catacombs below the throne room, massive chains that had bound nothing for a millennium began to crack, link by ancient link, as scales the color of midnight began to stir beneath 1,000 years of accumulated dust. Story 5. The shattering came without warning. Across the divided lands of Etheria, from the frost-crowned Silver Peak Mountains to the whispering dunes of the arid wastes, the sound reverberated, not a physical noise, but a dissonant chord that strummed against the soul itself. In that moment, every living creature paused, a collective intake of breath that acknowledged something fundamental had changed in the fabric of reality. In the Temple of Dusk, young acolytes trembled as chalices of sacred water rippled without cause. The high priestess Nymetra looked skyward, her aged face ashen beneath ceremonial markings. "The first pillar has fallen," she whispered, clutching the crystalline pendant at her throat. "The veil grows thin." Far to the east, the shattered remains of the first pillar of twilight lay scattered across a forgotten vale. Once a towering spire of luminescent crystal that pierced the heavens, it now existed only as glittering fragments dissolving into mist. Where the pillar had stood, reality wavered like heat above summer stones, and through this distortion came the first intruders, wispy tendrils of spiritual essence that had not touched the mortal realm in millennia. Solara knelt before the High Council of the Twilight Order, her sightless eyes covered by a silk band embroidered with silver runes. Though blind to the physical world for 7 years, since the ritual that had claimed her conventional sight at age 16, she perceived the council members as luminous constellations of light, their souls visible to her mystical perception in ways more revealing than mere flesh. And the first pillar's destruction was no accident, she stated, her voice steady despite the gravity of her words. I have walked the twilight paths in meditation. Something moves with purpose, targeting the barriers between worlds. Councillor Thaddeus leaned forward, his soul light flickering with skepticism. And you believe yourself capable of preventing further destruction? You, who has never ventured beyond the temple grounds since your awakening. Solara rose, her white robes flowing around her slender form, the silver circlet upon her brow marking her as dusk touched, caught what little light penetrated the council chamber's stained glass windows. I see what others cannot, she replied. Already, spirits slip through the weakened veil. If all 6 pillars fall, the boundaries between life and death will collapse entirely. She placed her hand over her heart. I have been prepared for this since the day my physical sight was sacrificed. After heated deliberation that Solara observed as flares of emotional color rather than heard as words, the council reluctantly granted her request. 3 days later, she departed the temple grounds for the first time in 7 years, guided only by her soul sight and the ancient prophecies burned into her memory. In the smoke-filled tavern known as the Broken Crown, situated in the trade city of Crosshaven, Solara sat perfectly still, her presence drawing curious glances. Despite her blindfold, she watched the door with unwavering attention. The souls of common folk swirled around her, some bright with joy, others dimmed by sorrow or smudged with malice. When he entered, she knew immediately. His soul burned with a controlled intensity, like banked coals capable of erupting into flame at any moment. More tellingly, his right arm glowed with an otherworldly light entirely different from his life essence, metallic yet alive, bound to him yet separate. Asher Ironheart, she called out, turning her covered eyes toward him. I've been waiting. The bounty hunter froze, hand instinctively moving toward the weapon at his hip. His metal arm, a masterwork of enchanted alloys that gleamed with a dull silver light, flexed reflexively. How does a blind priestess know my name? He asked, approaching her table with measured steps. The same way I know your arm responds to spirits, she replied. The same way I know you've been haunted by dreams of shattering crystal and whispers from beyond the veil. His soul flared with surprise, confirming her intuition. Solara gestured to the empty chair across from her. I need your help to save the Pillars of Twilight, and in return I can offer you answers about your unique appendage. They found Vesper performing forbidden rites in an abandoned sanctuary deep within the Mistwood. The necromancer did not resist when Asher pinned her against an ivy-covered wall, his metal arm glowing fiercely in response to the spiritual energies she had been manipulating. I'm not your enemy, she insisted, her violet eyes darting between them. I'm trying to contain what I released. Solara stepped forward, reading the complex patterns of guilt, determination, and fear that swirled within the woman's soul. You opened a doorway, she stated. Done after the first pillar fell. Vesper nodded, her dark hair falling across her pale face. I thought the disturbance in the veil would allow me to speak with my brother one last time. Her voice broke. Instead, something else came through, something ancient that wore his face like a mask. I've been trying to track it ever since. Solara reached out, her fingers hovering near Vesper's cheek without touching. The entity you released is but a symptom. We seek the cause, the one who destroys the pillars. Malachi, Vesper whispered, the name causing her soul to shudder with recognition. Talon joined their company reluctantly, discovered meditating beneath the waterfalls of Crescent Valley. His massive form was perpetually encased in ornate armor that sealed with runic locks, hiding whatever lay beneath. To Solara's soul sight, he appeared as contradictory layers of light, mortal flesh intertwined with elemental essence of earth and fire. I walk a dangerous path, he warned them, his voice resonating within his helm. My control is imperfect, as is true for us all, Solara replied. The second pillar stands upon the floating isles of Ithoria. We must reach it before Malachi. Together, the four unlikely allies journeyed across Ithoria's fractured landscapes. Each night, as her companions slept, Solara would slip into meditative trance, walking the twilight paths between worlds. With each journey, her visions grew more troubling. She witnessed the creation of the pillars, not as a divine act of protection as temple teachings claimed, but as desperate sorcery performed by ancient mages. In her visions, she saw what existed before the separation, a world where living and dead coexisted, where spiritual essence flowed freely between realms, where existence itself was more fluid, more whole, and she began to understand Malachi's purpose. They arrived at the second pillar too late, the crystal spire, once floating majestically above a chain of sky-born islands, now plummeted in fragments toward the distant ground. Standing amid the devastation on the largest island was a figure in tattered robes that had once borne the insignia of the Twilight Order. Malachi, Solara called, stepping forward while her companions prepared for battle. The former Grand Master turned, his weathered face splitting into a sorrowful smile. The dusk-touched acolyte, he acknowledged. Have they sent you to stop me, child? They sent me to understand, she replied, feeling the tremors as reality thinned around them. Through the space where the pillar had stood, spectral lights now danced, souls and spirits flowing between realms. Then understand this, Malachi said, raising his hands which glowed with eldritch energy. The pillars are not protection, they are a prison. Not just for spirits, but for possibility itself. Ash's metal arm blazed with responsive light as spirits swirled around them. She's dead, old man, he growled. Breaking the world won't bring her back. Malachi's power faltered momentarily. Elara was everything, he whispered, but this is greater than one soul, one love. The pillars were created out of fear, fear of what humanity and spirits might become together. I've seen the truth in ancient texts. Before the separation, wonders existed that we cannot imagine, healing that defied death, understanding that transcended mortal limitations. As he spoke, Solara experienced another vision, more vivid than any before. She saw Etheria as it had been and could be again, a realm where spiritual essence infused the physical, where the boundaries between thought and matter were permeable, where consciousness itself was not confined to single bodies or lifetimes. But she also saw the chaos of transition, the suffering as unprepared souls confronted eternity, as the unpurged hurts of generations found new expression, as predatory entities seized the opportunity to feed upon confusion. There will be balance, Solara stated, stepping closer to Malachi despite her companion's warnings. But not through destruction, not through chaos. The confrontation that followed shook the very foundations of the floating isles. Asher's spirit-sensitive arm channeled otherworldly power against Malachai's eldritch sorcery. Vesper commanded spectral entities with newfound control, while Talon finally released his elemental nature, his armor falling away to reveal a body half composed of living stone and flowing magma. Through it all, Solara walked the narrow boundary between worlds, her soul sight guiding her to the heart of the conflict. When the battle reached its crescendo, she made her choice, not to destroy Malachi, but to show him a third path. The pillars must not fall all at once, she told him, taking his trembling hands in hers, but neither should they stand eternal. Feel the truth, Malachi. She opened her perception to him, sharing the wisdom gleaned from her journeys along the twilight paths. Together, they witnessed the potential future, a gradual thinning of the veil, a controlled reunion of realms, a healing of the ancient wound that had separated what was meant to be whole. Not destruction, she whispered, transformation. Months later, beneath the light of twin moons, Solara stood before the third pillar with her companions at her side. The crystal spire hummed with energy, responding to their presence, particularly to the changes within Solara herself. Since the confrontation with Malachi, who now worked alongside the reformed Twilight Order, her soul sight had evolved. She perceived not just what was, but what could be, the potential connections between all things, the patterns that bound reality together. "Are you certain about this?" Asher asked, his metal arm now bearing runes of his own design, allowing greater control over its spiritual attunement. Vesper nodded in agreement with his concern. Once begun, this path cannot be abandoned. Talon, no longer hiding within his armor, placed a partially crystalline hand upon Solara's shoulder. The world will change. Not all will welcome it. Solara removed her blindfold, revealing eyes that shimmered within a light, neither blind nor conventionally seeing, but perceiving reality through a lens that bridged worlds. "The pillars were never meant to be eternal," she said, approaching the crystal spire, "but neither should they fall in chaos. We will guide the transformation, step by step, world to world." She placed her palm against the cool surface of the third pillar, feeling the ancient energies respond to her touch, not to shatter, but to shift, to become a conduit rather than a barrier. The twilight is not an ending," she whispered as the crystal began to sing with new purpose, "but the promise of both sunset and dawn existing in perfect balance." Around them, the boundaries between worlds began their slow, controlled metamorphosis, not breaking, but becoming something new, as the divided lands of Etheria took their first steps toward wholeness. Story 6. Deep beneath the ancient mountains, where shadows danced with forgotten memories and the earth itself whispered secrets of ages past, there existed a realm untouched by the passage of time, Moria, a kingdom of living crystals that pulsed with iridescent light, casting rainbow reflections upon vast cathedral-like chambers carved not by tools, but by dreams and magic. Here, crystalline spires reached toward stone skies, their facets capturing and multiplying every flicker of light until the darkness of the deep earth was banished by their splendor. It was into this forgotten wonder that Princess Seraphil of the Autumn Court stumbled, her silver hair disheveled and her emerald cloak torn from her desperate flight through the tunnels of Moria. For 3 days, she had wandered the lightless depths, guided only by instinct and the fierce determination to escape the fate that awaited her above, a political marriage to unite her people with the northern elven kingdom, a union that would see her spirit wither like leaves in winter. Seraphil stood transfixed at the threshold of an immense cavern, her breath catching in her throat as she beheld the crystalline city spread before her. Towers of amethyst and quartz reached toward a ceiling adorned with clusters of luminous crystals, that mimicked the night sky. Bridges of translucent stone arched between terraces where garden-like formations of glowing minerals created a landscape both alien and achingly beautiful. Most visitors announced themselves before entering the realm of Moria, came a gruff voice from behind her. Seraphel whirled, her hand flying to the slender dagger at her waist, the only possession she had brought from her former life. Before her stood a stocky figure barely reaching her shoulder, his beard braided with tiny shards of crystal that caught the light with every movement. Despite his diminutive stature, his eyes held the wisdom of centuries. "I am Grimlock," the dwarf said, leaning on an axe whose blade was forged of some strange translucent metal. "And you, elf maiden, are trespassing on what few remember and fewer still can find." "I seek only passage," Seraphel replied, her melodic voice echoing among the crystals, which seemed to resonate in response. "I mean no harm to this place or its people." Grimlock's weathered face creased with a bitter smile. "People, look around you, princess. There are no people here, only memories and ghosts." Yet even as he spoke these words, the crystals nearest to them pulsed with a sudden intensity, and a figure materialized from the shadows behind a column of sapphire, tall and regal, with features that blended the noble countenance of elves with the sturdy resilience of dwarven kind. He moved with the fluid grace of one born to command. His eyes, one blue as deepest ocean, one amber as autumn sunset, regarded them with cautious interest. "You speak too freely of our realm's demise, Grimlock," the stranger said, his voice resonating with the crystals around them. "While I draw breath, Moria lives, Prince Thoradon," Grimlock acknowledged with a bow that held both respect and familiarity. "Forgive an old dwarf his pessimism. When one has mapped the empty halls of Moria for 60 years, hope becomes a luxury." Thoradon's gaze shifted to Seraphel, studying her with intensity that made her straighten her spine in royal defiance. "You bear the circlet of the autumn court," he observed. "You are far from your forests, princess. And you," she countered, "are far from your throne, prince." A smile ghosted across his features, transforming his solemn countenance. "Indeed. Though I wonder which of us has strayed further from our intended path." Before Seraphel could reply, a tremor shook the cavern, sending cascades of dust from the distant ceiling. The crystals throughout the chamber dimmed momentarily, their light flickering like candles in a sudden draught. "He's drawing from the throne again," Grimlock muttered, his expression darkening. "At each time, the drain grows stronger." "Who?" Seraphel demanded, but it was Thoradon who answered, his voice tight with controlled rage. "Malthus, once my father's most trusted advisor, now the usurper who sits upon the crystal throne. A shapeshifter who wore 100 faces before revealing his true nature, a creature of void and hunger." As if in response to the name, the air before them shimmered, and a small being of pure light materialized, neither solid nor spectral, but something in between. It resembled a child formed of starlight, its features delicate and androgynous, its movements flowing like water. "Lumiel," Thoradon greeted the creature with genuine warmth. What news?" The light being's voice came not as sound, but as impressions directly upon their minds. The heart fragments pulse with greater urgency. The throne weakens. Malthus prepares the final ritual. 3 cycles remain before completion. Grimlock cursed in Khuzdul, the harsh syllables at odds with the melodic resonance of the chamber. "We've delayed too long. The fragments must be reunited before the 3rd cycle." Fragments. "Ritual?" Seraphel looked between her strange companions, bewilderment warring with curiosity. "What peril threatens this realm?" Thoradon gestured toward the center of the city, where a massive structure rose above all others, a palace of crystal and light, crowned by a spire that seemed to pierce the very stone of the mountain above. The crystal throne sits at the heart of that palace, he explained. Created in the age when elf and dwarf worked side by side, before ancient wars tore our peoples apart. The throne absorbs the emotions of those around it, transforming feeling into power, joy into creation, wonder into healing, love into protection. And fear? Seraphel asked, though she already guessed the answer. Fear, hatred, despair. These too are transformed, Thoradin confirmed grimly. Malthus feeds the throne with the suffering of the few Lumorians who remain, creating constructs of crystal animated by darkness, an army with which he plans to conquer not just Moria, but all the realms above. Lumiel's light flickered anxiously. The heart of Lumoria was divided into 3 fragments when Malthus seized power. Without them, the throne cannot be properly controlled. With them reunited, his connection can be severed. And where are these fragments now? Seraphel asked. One lies hidden in the obsidian archives, Grimlock answered, where the histories of both our peoples were preserved. Another rests in the waters of reflection, a pool so deep it's said to reach the roots of the world. The third, he hesitated, glancing at Thoradin. The third is here, the prince said quietly, placing his hand over his chest. Kept safe within me, passed down through my bloodline since the fall. It is why Malthus keeps me alive, but exiled. He cannot access its power, but he knows that should I die, the fragment would seek a new guardian, potentially beyond his reach forever. Seraphel considered this revelation, weighing it against her desire to continue her journey to freedom. Yet something about this broken kingdom called to her, perhaps the crystals themselves, resonating with her elven affinity for light and beauty, or perhaps the quiet dignity with which Thoradin bore his burden of royalty without a realm. I have fled one duty only to stumble upon another, it seems, she said at last. Though I cannot claim your cause as mine, I will help you recover these fragments if I can. No creature should suffer under tyranny, be they elf, dwarf, or born of crystal and light. Thoradin's eyes widened slightly, as if her offer had genuinely surprised him. The paths to the fragments are perilous, Princess. Malthus has set guardians at every turn, constructs of crystal given life through pain and fear. Then we shall counter them with courage and hope, she replied, drawing herself up to her full height. Are these not also emotions the throne can transform? For the first time, a genuine smile illuminated Thoradin's face. Indeed they are, Princess Seraphel, indeed they are. And so began their quest through the forgotten depths of Lumoria, the exiled prince, the fugitive princess, the renegade dwarf, and the being of light, each step bringing them closer to the fragments that could save a kingdom or condemn it to eternal darkness. They moved through crystal catacombs where memory sprites danced among phosphorescent fungi, and across bridges spanning chasms so deep that crystals at their bottom glowed like distant stars. Seraphel learned that Lumoria had once been a sanctuary where elf and dwarf had shared knowledge and craft, creating wonders that neither race could have achieved alone. The crystal throne itself was the pinnacle of this collaboration. Dwarf-mined crystals imbued with elven enchantments, a symbol of harmony between peoples who would later become bitter enemies. At the Obsidian Archives, a vast chamber whose walls were inscribed with histories in runes of silver and gold, they faced their first true challenge. Crystal constructs with faceted faces and limbs of jagged quartz guarded the entrance, their cores pulsing with malevolent red light. It was Grimlock who discovered their weakness, noting how they recoiled from Lumiel's pure radiance. Light against darkness, the dwarf muttered. Some battles never change, regardless of the warriors, Within the archives, amidst tomes bound in materials unknown to surface dwellers, they found the first fragment, a crystal no larger than a child's palm, yet containing light that seemed to bend and flow like liquid. When Thoradin held it, his eyes glowed with renewed vigor, and the crystals throughout the chamber pulsed in recognition. The waters of reflection proved a more formidable challenge. The vast underground lake, smooth as polished glass until disturbed, reflected not their physical forms, but the deepest truths of their hearts. Seraphel saw herself not as a princess fleeing duty, but as a woman seeking purpose beyond the boundaries others had set for her. Thoradin beheld not an exiled prince, but a leader whose strength came not from birthright, but from unwavering devotion to his people. It was Seraphel who dove into the lake's depths to retrieve the second fragment, her elven grace allowing her to move through water as easily as air. When she emerged, crystal in hand, gasping and triumphant, something had changed between her and Thoradin, a recognition of kindred spirits that transcended their different heritages. The final confrontation came as they approached the Crystal Palace, where Malthus had begun the ritual to permanently bind the throne's power to himself. The usurper revealed his true form at last, a being of shifting crystal and void, beautiful and terrible in equal measure. The throne was never meant for one ruler alone, Thoradin declared, standing before his enemy with the fragments glowing in his hands. It was created to unite, not divide. Unity is weakness, Malthus hissed, his voice like crystal shards scraping against stone. Power demands singularity of purpose and will. The battle that followed shook the very foundations of Moria. Malthus commanded constructs of crystal and shadow, while Thoradin, Seraphel, and Grimlock fought with blade, bow, and axe, their weapons enhanced by the light of the fragments. Lumiel darted between enemies, momentarily blinding them with bursts of radiance. It was Seraphel who turned the tide, using her elven magic to create harmonies that resonated with the crystal architecture around them, causing Malthus's constructs to vibrate and shatter. As the usurper faltered, Thoradin seized his moment, driving the three fragments into the base of the crystal throne. Light exploded outward in a silent nova, illuminating every crystal in Moria. When it faded, Malthus was gone, not destroyed, but transformed into a crystal statue, his essence trapped within the very power he had sought to control. The throne, now complete once more, pulsed with renewed vigor. As Thoradin cautiously approached it, the seat transformed, reshaping itself from a single throne into two smaller ones, side by side. "The throne remembers," Grimlock whispered in awe. "It was always meant for two, one of elven blood, one of dwarf lineage. Balance in all things." Thoradin turned to Seraphel, his expression solemn yet hopeful. "It seems your escape has led you to another throne, Princess. Though perhaps one with more purpose than the match your family arranged." Seraphel looked at the twin thrones, then at the realm spread before them, broken but beautiful, waiting to be restored. She thought of the hidden wonders they had discovered on their journey, and the history of harmony between their peoples that had been forgotten. "Perhaps," she said, taking his offered hand, "some duties find us rather than being thrust upon us. And perhaps those are the ones most worth accepting." As they ascended the steps together, the crystals of Moria began to sing, a melody not heard since the age when elf and dwarf had first shaped this realm from stone and light. A new chapter in the ancient story of Moria had begun, written in crystal and hope and the promise of renewal. And far above, in the halls of both elven and dwarven kingdoms, travelers would soon bring strange tales of lights seen in the deepest mines and songs echoing from forgotten depths, calling their peoples not to war, but to remembrance and reunion.